How you doing, everyone? Welcome out to a steamy good day of racing. The first of 8 races coming up in just about 32 minutes. I'm Keith Nelson. How are you? We'll give you all the updates as far as program changes right after this. Those of you on track, if you are able, please rise and take off those hats for the playing of our national anthem. Track will be fast throughout the day. The water truck's going to have to be used for the first time in a while. So we're going to be fast and a little bit firmed out. A little bit sting off the ground, though, as far as horses that like some give in the track, however. In race number 1, we can scratch out the 7, Silver Curlin. In the third race, we do have an overweight. Number 6 is 1 pound over. That's in the third race. Race number 4, number 6, is also 1 pound over. Sound like I'm repeating myself, but trust me, I am no longer certifiable. In the 5th race, Fast Cross Traffic, that's the number 5. Fast Cross Traffic number 1 in the 5th race is a scratch. So scratch out Fast Cross Traffic from the 5th race. In the 5th race, number 5 is 2 pounds over. 6th race, Fast Times at Midnight is a scratch. And 7th race is good. 8th and final race, number 6, Lucky Destiny, is a scratch. And number 4 in the 8th race is 3 pounds over. 27th day of live racing. Right now, a man who's also wearing a coat, and he does so when he's outdoors. He's Peter Lurie.
What can I tell you, man? Although on the 4th of July, Mr. Keith Nelson, I was wearing a polo shirt. It just didn't make a lot of sense, and I think everybody over there at Fairmount Park were in agreement. Hi, everybody. It is a beautiful day in the neighborhood. It is hot. It is steamy. But as Keith already mentioned, we got a fast track, so that's going to be very, very nice. If you were watching or if you were playing on Saturday, that was the 3rd day in a row of racing where favorites were not the story. It was prices all over the place. And sometimes that's just the way you like it. I mean, personally, I just try to play who I think is actually going to win. And then if the odds are too low, just try to come up with something, multi-race exotics, to try to make it more palatable. But we even ourselves had a couple of nice little prices throughout the day, but it was not easy. If you had the early pick 5, 50-cent wager paid over $1,900. That, my friends, is value. And normally when it gets that high, you would think, well, probably nobody had it. Well, there were a few tickets who had it on that Saturday. So good things. We turn the page. The rider standings, as usual, they really haven't changed. Alexander Bendesu starting to get a little bit of real estate between him and the second place at 37 wins. Of course, Miss Arengaren with 23 and Ademir Santos at 19. Everybody else is kind of jockeying for that 4th position. See what I did there? Jockeying 4th position. As far as the trainers are concerned, well, no surprise. Scott Decker is starting to separate himself from the crowd as he is clearly in front with 35 wins to date. Jimmy Watkins having a very good meet. The head of the HBPA is also hitting at 17. Ralph Martinez, who started out a little slow, is really picking up with his barn, 14 wins, and right behind him, Harry Lynch with 12. So that's a good thing. We have some competition. I don't know about who's going to catch the winner, but at least they're up there and they're making a competitive show. Do want to also let you know that our groom of the week from the John Redenauer barn is Damon Schlenk. I hope I'm getting that right, Damon. Hope I didn't mispronounce it. But Damon Schlenk is the groom of the week, and that presentation will be taking place immediately after race number 3. So, 8-race card, looking good. Played a little extra money on that early pick 5. Spent $54, but you'll get a chance to see that before they get to the racetrack. So 25 minutes to post. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. But on behalf of everyone here at Excel Entertainment, we'd like to welcome you to a Horse Hooky Tuesday here at Fairmount Park. 14 minutes to post for the opener, the lid lifter, as it were. Welcome back, everybody. On behalf of Excel Entertainment, I'd like to welcome you to our Horse Hooky Tuesday here at Fairmount Park. I'm Peter Lurie, and for those of you watching on YouTube, we're so glad you could join us from wherever the heck you happen to be watching. Starting things off with a 5.5 furlongs maiden claiming 15,000 event to kick off the 50-cent pick 5. It's a little tough here. You either go favored or you may have to spread big time. I do have a long shot in the race that I am including. Let's get down to the field and take a look at the runners. Horse right in front of you there, well, I think a lot of people are saying it's either this one or I have no idea. That is the 6, Tis Swifty's Music. This is a 4-year-old daughter of McLean's Music. The dam sire Tis Now, you know my feelings on that one. Tis Now, just such a favorite of that horse. Loved him. Not sure what to do with this one. It's coming in for the very first time. I put on top with a little bit of trepidation. Came in from Horseshoe in 2025, made its 2026 debut at Hawthorne in the mud, and didn't embarrass themselves, but just didn't really show a lot of interest. Now they're coming down. It's a fast track. I don't know if the speed is going to show up today with this one. I tend to think they're probably going to sit off of whoever else does for Max Quinones, who is looking for his first winner with limited starters here at the current meet. Javier Tavares, he had a very good weekend. So he's looking for another winner here on the card as he hitting currently at 11%. Move our attention to the 3-horse. This is my long shot, and this is Libby Lou for Eddie Essenprice, my long shot of the afternoon. The reason being, and I love doing this angle. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But what you're looking at is a horse who lost all chance at the start. Was well meant by the public at 6-1 back on June 16th. Gets a new rider in Johannes Audengaren. Essenprice is having himself a very good meet, very solid. He's about 15% second career races. And when he goes from maiden special weight to maiden claiming, 20%. So this is a horse that I think is definitely worth it. Right now it's getting played at 6-1. Yeah, I didn't think the 12-1 was going to show up. Obviously, it was not a good race. But with this kind of a situation with this 3-year-old daughter flat out, I think there could be a big turnaround. And I also wouldn't be surprised if Audengaren decides to put this horse on the lead. Move our attention to the rail trip. That's Caroline's Heart. Fernando Bahina getting the assignment. Tough to make a call on this one either. Has shown a little bit of interest at Fairmount on June 9th, and then they went over and were going to try the grass at Hawthorne on July 5th, but that came off the grass. Both times showed some speed and just were not able to sustain anything. So Bahina brings this horse back. Sprint, route, sprint. He hits at about 10%, but it's not a big sample. Maiden claiming in general, hitting at about 9%. He gets the veteran Julio Felix aboard. Horse looks okay. Not a bad looking horse. To me, it doesn't really look like a 5.5 type, but we'll see. Hasn't really shown too much the lone 2 times they attempted the 2 turns. Rounding out my top 4, first time starter for Jada Schlenk. That is True Effect. Hannah Schlenk, the owner, a 4-year-old filly who's been working well, I believe, coming into this. June 13th worked a 4 furlongs 50-1, which was okay. Then they had to get cleared, so they had a gate drill, and it was a bullet. 1014, best of that morning. But maybe they weren't as happy with it as it looked like it might be on paper, so they came back again on June 30th for the gate drill and got a 101-3. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but I've always found as an owner and a breeder, when you see multiple gate drills in a row, it means usually either the track, the trainer, or both were not satisfied with what they saw coming out of the gate. Now, it could be just I don't know enough about Jada to know how she works. She's only started 3 horses this year. So it could be a situation where that's just what she does with the young horses. And this 4-year-old filly, they've been taking their time with this one. So 6312. The pick five, I got a $54 ticket, but I'm going to go with the 3 and the 6. Libby Lou at a bit of a price, but I think if the horse is right, Tibbs Swifty's Music is probably the one to beat. 6312. Horse is getting ready to come out on the track. 8 minutes to post. It's a warm day. Hydration is the key. Good luck.
Race 1 is a $15,000 maiden claiming race held at the distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up. Scratch number 7, Silver Curlin. Post time in 8 minutes. Track fast. 4 minutes. Two minutes. Fillies look like they're approaching the starting gate at 5 1/2 furlongs. Final wagers, please. '89 degrees, trackside. Loading in line. Caroline's Heart moves in. Dancing Abuela. Next to True Effect and to Swifty's Music. The latter of which your even money favorite right now. Libby Lou. Atraxa. Not much of a warm up. And Mistress of Mischief, they're in line now for race 1. And we'll have a delay. Number 2, True Effect, will not be running here in race number 1. That is unofficial. Scratch the 2. Number 2 is scratched out of the first race by order of the stewards. We missed it. The 2 tried to do the floor routine at the Olympics inside the starting gate. Anytime a horse sits down or flips over in the starting gate, it is automatic 99% of the time, which is an oxymoron. So in the filly first, scratch out number 2. Still have time to change your wagers. If you don't wish to and you play the 2 in your pick 5, you'll receive the race time favorite, who will be the 6, 'Tis Swifty's Music. Iron Horse Distance Series, race number 2 is coming up later on in the card as race number 7 for a purse of $18,000. Going the distance. 9 furlongs coming up. 1 mile and an eighth. Many from that race, June 23rd, of which was won by McMoney, number 7. Will be vying again. Loading up again for race number 1. Scratch out the 2 in the gate. Horse and rider seem A-OK. Mistress of Mischief moving in. Last one on the outside will be Atraxa. Seven fillies in the gate. Flag is up. And they're off. Very slow into stride was number 4, Mistress of Mischief. Out in a firing line, it's Caroline's Heart to Dictate with Libby Lou second, third and fourth. Dancing Abuela flanked by Tis Swifty's Music fourth. On the move after a balking start, needless to say, is Mistress of Mischief, who's a bit headstrong. Atraxa is next to last, parked out on the far outside, and a bit misgated is Holly Springs, not looking live at all. Atraxa gaining good ground there and really clipping him off heels, and falling back is Dancing Abuela. On the front, Caroline's Heart by 2.5. Here comes Tis Swifty's Music under a hard ride. Inside Libby Lou third, Atraxa is fourth under the whip. Next comes Mistress of Mischief. On the outside of she comes Holly Springs, past the 330-yard mark. On the inside, Libby Lou and Caroline's Heart. Down the outside, Tis Swifty's Music. Atraxa in late, but maybe not a threat to the front-running trio. Tis Swifty's Music will win it. Tis Swifty's Music, odds on, beat Atraxa second. Then it was Caroline's Heart and Libby Lou. Six, 9, 1, 3, 1 to 5, over 13 to 1, over 7 to 1, over 9 to 2. Now appearing in the Fairmount Park theater that is the winner's circle, number 6, Tis Swifty's Music and jockey Javier Tavares. Owned by Randy Witness, trained by Max Quinones. Good to see Max back in the winner's circle. This is a 4-year-old daughter of McLean's Music out of the Tisnow mare. Dance and Sing, bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm. The 7 was announced as a scratch come scratch and announcement time, and the 2 was scratched in the starting gate. 6, 9, 1, and 3. More money being donated to Thoroughbred Aftercare. The winning time, track fast, 5 1/2 furlongs, a minute 7 3/5. 107.71. Prices. The exacta $7.10, trifecta $9.10, superfecta $3.74. And there you have what was race number 1. In the second race, our first of 3 distance races today. Second race goes 1 mile 70 yards. Non-winners of a race in 2026, claiming price is $4,000. There are no changes in race 2, post time in 19 minutes.
15 minutes to post for the second race, second half of the Daily Double, and also start of a $1 pick 3 and a $1 pick 4. Do want to mention Atraxa, the 9 horse on the outside at a big price. Keith Nelson, well handicapped, my friend. You almost got the money there. Favorite provides the win. Let's see if we can get right to it in the second race. 1 mile and 70 yards the distance. 4-year-olds, non-winners of one in a year. Let's take a look at the runners. Horse getting a stern hand from the Ralph Martinez barn. That is Tap in Your Blue Jeans. Tap in Your Blue Jeans. This is a Tapazar 5-year-old gelding. Brody Martinez looking for his second winner of the meet. This horse was kind of a even third with the first two-turn race for this horse of the year was on June 16th. It wasn't a good race, wasn't a bad race. It was just kind of there. Field of 7, they were third. The winner kind of freaked in front of everybody, and they were battling out for second place. I think the horse makes a lot of sense. I think we'll be sitting in that second flight with a decent break. I think the horse that has the speed is questionable of whether or not they can go the whole distance and finish. So I'm liking what I'm seeing there. I think horse makes a lot of sense. 8-5 currently. Not a horse that you can't bet. If they were to be 8-5, I think I would have to put a couple of bucks on them. Even money favored is the 3 Jet Flight. That was even money from the morning line for Harold Mosier. Harold Ortega gets the call. The horses come in after racing primarily over at Hawthorne. They've tried everything. They've tried the grass. They actually won on that particular afternoon after winning a dirt race. In fact, rattled off 3 wins in a row between July and August of last year over at Hawthorne. They were claimed off of Jose Rodriguez back on June 4th, and then this that first upset was not very good. But considering the horse is 4 for 18 at the distance with 4 seconds and 3/3 and has one of the top Brisnet numbers, I think you have to consider this horse. It looks nice and relaxed. Ears kind of going back and forth, always a positive sign. Let's turn our attention over to the 1, Electric Charge, Max Quinones. Now, the horse is considered a player if you can go back to what we were seeing between October of last year and May of this year. The last 2 races, nothing to write home about. But prior to that, I think ran well enough to get the win. And I think Max Quinones could be looking at both ends of the early Daily Double. Frankie Reyes gets the call. He's making the most of the opportunities he's get. It's going to need some help up front. Definitely needs some help up front. There's a fair amount of horses who are all going to be looking for the speed to cave in, and I'm not sure. There's only one that I really see, and that is the horse we've got 4th, and that is Blurt. Ruben Cruz Jr. sends out this 8-year-old Street Sense, who's a 9 for 39 at the distance. The numbers are okay, but they don't really rank with the top group. But if you're alone speed and they leave you alone, it could be interesting. However, going back to August of last year, this horse hasn't come close to winning a race. So speed might be the factor. Whether or not they can finish, that I guess will be the $64,000 question. So 6, 3, 1, 4 is how I see this one. Start off the $1 pick 3 and the $1 pick 4. We're using 3 in the race. We're going to go with the 1, 3, and 6, Electric Charge, Jet Flight, and the 6 horse, Tap in Your Blue Jeans. But for something, I have a feeling, Brody Martinez, I think you got yourself your second winner of the meet. Horses getting ready to come out on the track. Warm day. Remember, hydration is the key. Good luck.
3-year-olds and upwards that have not yet won this year. They go the distance of 1 mile and 70 yards. Rolling daily doubles, you have rolling dollar pick threes, win, play, show wagering, trifecta, superfecta, and the dollar early pick four. Frankie Reyes, 5 wins the other day up north. Congrats. Post time coming up for the second race. There's a look at my pick 4 on the board. Don't blame me. About 3 minutes for all wagers in the second. The field is approaching the starting gate. Final wagers for race 2. Check us out on YouTube at Fairmount Park Racing. Hit the live icon. It'll dial you right up. You can watch it work, school, whatever you can. Loading in with electric charge and blurt. Safe is up. Waiting on Alvin. They're in the gate. Mile and a 70-yard romp. Flag is up. And they're off. Good start for Rocket Hotshot. Also up attentive to the pace is Blurt. Right between is Jet Flight, who has to back out. On the wide part in fourth, as they approach turn number 1, it's Safe getting a good spot about 4 deep from the inside rail. The bottom trio are Electric Charge back in 5th. 6 right next door is Alvin, and way out in the center of the course is Tappin' Your Blue Jeans. About 9 lengths would cover them. Not much pace on up top. It is Blurt dictating terms and counting the cadence by a length and a quarter from the oncoming Safe, who hems in Rocket Hotshot third. Well back in fourth, just drifting out a bit from the rail, is Jet Flight, your favorite. Far outside gaining up is Tappin' Your Blue Jeans. Right up attentive to that one's pace is Alvin, and now last is Electric Charge. Down the backstretch run. Not much change in the running order. They're getting in closer order, though. Only about 5.5 lengths separates this group. Half mile in 50 4/5 of a second. Blurt, no excuses. A length and a half margin to first and second. All in is Safe, but passed by Alvin, who gains ground. Tappin' Your Blue Jeans and Brody is prevalent now on the far outside as they go towards the 3/8 pole. Backing out is Alvin after a good run. Far back we have Safe. On the outside is Jet Flight. Toiling is passed by Rocket Hotshot. They're past the quarter pole, and it's Blurt out by a length. Gonna have to fend off Tappin' Your Blue Jeans. Still up there in third is Safe. Along the fence comes Rocket Hotshot. Blurt asserts and is now out by a length and a half. Tappin' Your Blue Jeans, every chance to run down the front runner. Deep stretch, Blurt crossing over in front, but was well clear and well meant at 7-1. Good second for Tappin' Your Blue Jeans. Rocket Hotshot was second, then Jet Flight. Four, 6, 2, 3. Back into the winner's circle. Winner of the second race, number 4, Blurt, and jockey Javier Tavares on a heater, taking the early daily double. Blurt, owned and trained by Ruben Cruz Jr., and is an 8-year-old gelded son of Street Sense out of the Curlin mare. Emotional Words, bred in New York by Graceville Breeding. Graceville Breeding. The winning time, minute 46 and 3/5 of a second. Minute 46.61. 1640, 760, and 420. More money for Thoroughbred Aftercare. The exacta $32.90. Trifecta $85.75. The early double $21.50. 10-cent superfecta $33.93. All 7 ran in today's second race. Third race, no changes. $10,000 maiden claiming 3-year-olds and up at 6 furlongs coming up next with a field of 7. Well, there is a slight overweight on the 6. Soul Keeper, 1 pound overweight. Post time for that in 20 minutes. I do have 2 claims out of our previously run race for $4,000. Number 3, Jet Flight, put in the $4,000 claim by new owner Estela Cervantes. New trainer will be Artemio Gonzalez. And tap in your blue jeans. New owner will be Kyle Weber, trained by John Weesey.
15 minutes to post for race number 3. Welcome back, everyone, especially our folks watching on YouTube. If you've never done it before and you're here on track, it's a very simple thing to do. If you got streaming at your house, all you have to do is go to the YouTube channel where it says As Guest. Click on that, type in Fairmount Park horse racing, and you can watch it all live from the comforts of your home. Congratulations out. Wire to wire on Blurt. I am kicking myself now. Made the case for Lone Speed, but didn't think he could finish with this one. And well, I was dead wrong. Javier Tavares, congratulations. Well ride and got back-to-back winners on the card. Turn our attention over to the third. It's a maiden claiming 10,000 going the distance of 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and upward. These are the boys. Let's take a look. Horse on the outside to me looks like the runner. And that is the Sen Avery's Day here for the Harry Lynch Stables. This horse was, I thought, was a very strong second last time out for the maiden claim in 15. Now, yes, monetarily they're moving down to 10, but I really don't believe it's that big of a difference. I think that it was a situation where Harry probably thought, I can wait around for a couple of weeks with this Nebraska bred, or I can go for the maiden claiming 10,000. When you got 12 races under your belt, I would be surprised if they decided to claim this horse, because chances are if they win, they're probably in for 5,000 anyway against winners. Victor Lara gets the call. I think this is a horse that in a race that doesn't really have any speed, and Soul Keeper might be the one that'll show the speed. If they don't, then Avery's Day, why not? Break. If nobody breaks, they go. If not, they sit on the flank of whoever does, which again could be Soul Keeper. Speaking of Soul Keeper, let's get to the 6. A first-time starter for Charles Ritter and Scott Becker. Not one of their homebreds. This is an Arkansas bred, 3-year-old son of Modernist. Went through the Fasig-Tipton sale of 2024. They got this one for $1,400. So, been training well. Worked a 48-3 from the gate in preparation for their debut on July 4th. Barn hits at about 8% on a sample of 79 first-time starters. Debut at maiden claiming, 0 for 9. Not a big enough number to worry about, but that is something that you should know. Johannes Oudengering gets the call. Something tells me she's probably going to see if this horse has got any speed. It's going to try to roll with it. 2 horses, Tricky Humor. This is a 3-year-old Cutting Humor. The grandsire, First Samurai, and the mare, sire JBK. I remember JBK running about 10 years back. Another Arkansas bred. This one for Tammy Hornsby. She's had good luck with these Arkansas breds transferring over here. In the debut, 25-1. I don't think they were really expecting a lot. It was muddy track, but they're not wasting any time. Pritchard is the owner, but he's also the breeder. He can do whatever he wants, and he's dropping this horse down immediately to the 10,000. So I think it makes a lot of sense. If you add the extra cash, maybe you include this one in the $1 pick 3. Rounding out the group is the 3, Be Lucky Again, another Scott Becker trainee. This one for he and Charles Ritter. They did not breed this one. It's an Illini bred by Don Martin, 3-year-old Good Samaritan, whose pop was Harlan's Holiday. The breeding says 6 furlongs. I guess. I would rather see the horse go a little route of ground, and I'm sure that might be the plan somewhere down the line. Another one that's probably going to try to be a little closer up. 7-1 in the debut, so they were well meant by the public for their debut. And since that race on June 23rd, are now a gelding. Geldings are interesting because immediately, I know there are some people who subscribe to the fact that if they're gelded, it's going to move them up. Well, that's the plan, but there is no guarantee. What it usually does is it takes their mind off of other things, if you know what I mean, and gets them back into racing. But we'll see how that plays out. 7-6-2-3 here on race number 3, 6 furlongs the distance, maiden claim in 10. Good luck.
In the third race, win, play, show wagering, along with rolling daily doubles, rolling dollar pick threes, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Best of luck in your wagering endeavors. Distance is 6 furlongs for this $10,000 maiden claimer. 3-year-olds and up. 8 minutes. Still have 3 minutes for all wagers in the upcoming third. 3 minutes. $10,000 maiden claimers headed towards the starting gate. Less than 1 minute. Final bets. The maidens are moving in. Be Lucky again steps forward. Soul Keeper on debut. Avery's Day will complete the field. They're in the gate. Ready for the third. And they're off. A bit of a dip at the start for Instant Classic, who's last. Out very well is Tricky Humor. Just this one's outside is Be Lucky Again up close in second. Third is Soul Keeper, about 4 lengths off the leader. A length back to Avery's Day, who's well positioned out in the center of the course. Incorporated on the outside has some ground with Distance Classic trying to make it up. That's Instant Classic on the far outside circling up, and the last horse down the backstretch is Tap the Breeze. That's Trap the Prize. On the front is Tricky Humor out by 2 lengths. It's Be Lucky Again up for second. Moving up willingly is Avery's Day third. A break of 3 lengths back to the Needle to Pond Soul Keeper, who's now tracking fourth along the inside. Instant Classic is fifth. Running up from far back in sixth is Tap the Prize. And then way back there, no pace for Incorporated. On the front in the deep stretch is Tricky Humor. Past the final furlong, a rough-gated Be Lucky Again is challenged for second and passed by Avery's Day. It's Tricky Humor on the board at 5-2 to win by 2 1/4. Avery's Day for the place. Be Lucky Again was third, and then Incorporated was fourth. Two, 7, 3, and 4 for race number 3. 5-2 over 8-5 over 7-1 over 7-1. think I got misty-eyed there. Jordan Walker winning the home run derby last night. Couldn't see the track. 6 furlongs goes in the time of a minute 12 and 1/5 of a second, minute 12.28 seconds. Second wagering choice scores in race 3. We're now official with prices. Trifecta $21.10 for the 2, 7, and 3. Race 2 and 3 double. 4 with 2, $37.80. Superfecta $11 and change, winning race number 3 and back in the winner's circle. Number 2, Tricky Humor and jockey Corey Orm. Owned and bred in Arkansas by Mr. William Pritchard. Trained by Tammy Hornsby, 3-year-old gelded son of Cutting Humor. Out of the JBK mare, 11 Point River. All 7 ran in race number 3. Fourth race, 1 pound over on the 6, last called Gino. Field of 6, sprinting 6 furlongs, $5,000 maiden claimers, 3 years of age and upward. They're next in 19 minutes. Relinquished. I did not give you the early pick 3. Congratulations to the winner's circle. Oh, we're doing that right now. Okay. Yeah. Hi. Okay. Yeah. I got everything. It's Mr. Schlenk down there. Hey, groom of the week is Damon Schlenk from the John Rednauer barn. Thank you guys from the HBPA. Guess they had things to do. And if you're looking for things to do, head on down to Long Shots. Great stuff to eat and drink down there.
15 minutes to post for race number 4, kicking off another $1 pick 3 here on this Horse Hooky Tuesday. Welcome back, everybody. Maiden claiming 5,000, bottom of the barrel for this group, 6 furlongs the distance, and the horses are a field of 6, no scratches in the race. All I can say is so far it looks like you better have some speed today if you're going to be competing, because the horses who start making their move at the top of the stretch, they just aren't finishing up. Let's get out to the horses out on the track, or at least the ones that are down in the paddock. For me, Free Choice looks to be the right horse at the right time, and there is Free Choice. Arrows forward, just ready to get checked out. I'm sure it's going to get a little extra water. They're hosing everybody off, which is a good thing. This is a 3-year-old son of Free Drop Billy. Another one that should be close. And last time out, looked like a winner at the head of the lane and then just was not able to sustain it. When you start getting into 15 starts without a W, you feel like they got to kind of earn it. But I just think that in this race, it just looks like it's their turn. Simple as that. 3-year-old son of Free Drop Billy is a Union Rags grandsire. More Than Ready is the sire of the Dam, Rubelite, or Rebellite. 0 for 5 at the distance. Again, everything is going against why this horse should be favored, but I just think, you know what, it's probably just their turn with who they're facing. It's always a common statement. It's not what they've done, it's what the other horses around them have done. 3 horse is Hunt's Promise. 3-1 on the line for the Lynch Barn. 3-year-old son of Midnight Storm. Now this horse has got speed, and so far that seems to be what you want these days, or at least of the last 2 or 3 days with the heat. And there is the aforementioned Hunt's Promise for Harry Lynch, Lynch Racing. Formerly the John Hancock Barn, over in the synthetic at Turfway. Came in with Dwayne Wells. Showed speed and got tired. Basically almost an identical race last time out. They went even a little slower, going 6 furlongs, and they were just outkicked. If this horse can clear, and it looks like they probably will, this day might be the day for them. Looks to be in a good spot. Go to the 6 horse, Last Call Gino. This is my X Factor horse in the race. Good luck to Terry Levenger and John Maroney. Calbred, 3-year-old son of Stay Thirsty. They tried a race on June 7th over at Santa Anita and just bit slow, was never a factor in the race, and got beat substantially for a maiden claiming 12-5. And they don't usually run the races that low over at Santa Anita, but their horse stock is kind of dictating that, as it were. This Stay Thirsty, the Pop grandsire, Bernardini, an Empire Way to the Dam. And I think they're being very realistic. The horse has only had 1 work since coming here from Santa Anita, and that was a July 3rd, 4 furlongs, 50 from the gate. Wasn't particularly fast. I think it was just a situation. You're, again, maiden claiming 5,000. Johannes Aurangaren with the call. I don't expect to see the horse on top, but I think they'll be close enough, because I think the speed over in Southern California is a lot faster than the speed you're going to see here. And I believe that is Mr. John Maroney. Rather interesting. Good luck to John. Move our attention over to the 2. Is tacked up and is coming out. That is Premor for John Wainwright. Again, Wainwright's sneaky, strong meat so far. He's hitting around the 15% marker, so his barn is getting the job done. This is a horse who's had 3 tries, the maiden claim in 5,000 level. Has yet to do anything with it. But here's the key. On July 7th, 18 days after the last race. They worked to 36-4. That was a bullet that day. And for these parts at this level, that's a pretty fast work. So I will not be surprised if this horse gives a better account of themselves this afternoon. 3-year-old son of Moore Sprint, looking to get a W in the 8th try. So 4-3-6-2 is how I see it. I'm going to stick with free choice. Hopefully a win for the young Brody Martinez. Good luck.
Race number 4 is $5,000 maiden claimer for 3-year-olds and up. Sprinting 6 furlongs. 5 minutes for race number 4, 5 minutes. Three minutes. Less than 2 minutes until the fourth race. They're headed to the starting gate. They've reached the gate, loading in. Last called Gino, last one in line. Not quite in with the 6 yet. Now locked up, just about. Ready for a beginning. And they're off an outward break. Last called Gino just broke sharp right. Hunt's promised to dictate terms and runs right away, out by 3 already. All kinds of trouble up for the board placement second. Then there's Free Choice and Brody Martinez in the saddle in third. After a very inauspicious start, Last Call Gino has now got his footing and is moving up on the wider part of the track in a joint third. Far back, we have Primor, who's 6 lengths to make up, and wandering, doing the last chance dance is Jake's Trouble. Around the turn they go. It's Hunt's Promise, out by almost half a dozen. The rest are getting busy behind. All kinds of trouble relinquishes second briefly to Free Choice, who's on the move, and then wider to Last Call Gino. Nothing from Primor, who's on the move now, but outdistanced is Jake's Trouble from far back. It's a one-horse race. Hunt's Promise is out by 11 lengths into the stretch. It's all Hunt's Promise at 8-5, looking like odds on 1-5, is out by 15 lengths. Hunt's Promise, in a devastating performance, is going to win by 17.5. Last Call Gino, a very good second. Primor was third, and Free Choice was fourth. Well, you don't see that every day. Running time, 6 furlongs. A minute 12 flat, a minute 12 and 17/100ths of a second. Race 4 is now official. Exacta, almost $14 for a 3-6. Trifecta, almost $30. Race 3 and 4 daily double, $9.20. 10-cent superfecta, $7.52. Pick 3 for races 2, 3, and 4, almost $90. Welcome back to the winner's circle, and what a first win this is for number 3, Hunt's Promise, and apprentice rider Victor Lara. Lynch's Racing LLC, Harry Lynch conditions and owns this 3-year-old gelded son of Midnight Storm out of the Roman Ruler mare, bred in Kentucky by Ashley Hilliard and Josh Hilliard. A minute 12.17 again. All 6 ran in race number 4. Upcoming 5th race, 6 furlongs the distance. Scratch out number 1, Fast Cross Traffic. The 5 Bikini Martini is 2 pounds over the listed weight. Post time coming up for the 5th race is in 20 minutes.
16 minutes to post, race number 5. Welcome back, everybody, as we're getting ready for the late pick 4 on the Tuesday Horse Hooky Tuesday card. It's a 6 furlongs. These are Illini bred, optional, claiming 20,000, non-winners of 4 lifetime. You guessed it, the purse is juicy, $40,500. For those of you who have Illinis who are not racing at Fairmount Park, what the heck are you thinking? Get on over here. Scratching the race, the one Fast Cross Traffic is out. Brings us back down to a field of 5 and a 1-9 favorite. I'm trying to beat. Let's take a look at the runners. I think from here on out, I should say, anybody who's got speed, you better look around 4 or 5 times before you dismiss. With that being said, I'm hoping for a pace hookup in this race. I know it's a small field, but I'm hoping for a pace hookup. Bikini Martini, the 5, for Eddie Essenprice, looks to me to be a good horse in this situation. 2 for 9 at the distance, 5 of 9 hitting the board. The Brisnet Speed Index numbers are good, but obviously the 1-9 favorite is the horse to beat. So we're going to try to beat them. The reason why I think it's worth taking a swing, and I'll tell you right now for the late pick 4, I'm using all 3 of these horses. There are 2 horses that should be battling hard. And if they are, it could set right up for Bikini Martini. But that's a big if. So far today, if you're not on the front end, you got no shot. Horse looks okay. Ears kind of going back and forth. Just got a little spraying of the agua. And looks nice and relaxed. Horse has won a race here. 6 of the 12 starts have hit the board. So it's a good spot. And as I mentioned, Eddie Essenprice, he's having himself a very productive meet so far for he and Shelley. This is one of her homebreds, a 4-year-old daughter of Yorkton. Move our attention over to the 2, Indyville. Yes, the world likes. 1-9 currently. Showed some speed and dropped out of it. 2 for 4 at the distance, but if you look at the Brisnet Speed Index number, towers over this field. Has won a race at Fairmount Park, but that was back in 2024. Has been racing pretty much exclusively over at Hawthorne. So there's a lot of big questions here. It's an SD Brill partnership homebred. And Michelle Boyce, she's only sent 4 over here, and she's won with 1 of them, but she's having a strong year so far, hitting at 22%. 4-horse Vladimir's Z for Scott Becker. This is a homebred for him and Charles Ritter. 4-year-old Attaboy Roy from the City Zip mare Zipperini. Does have a win from the distance. 5 of the 7 have hit the board. Again, it's going to come down to those Brisnet numbers. The Brisnet numbers are saying 1-9 is exactly what Indyville should be. But I believe Vladimir Z and Indyville are probably going to knock heads early. And if they compromise each other, again, Bikini Martini looks to be in a good spot. Same can be said for the 6 Grey Hop. Lori Plaster sends this one out. A 6-year-old Tapazar. Likes to pick up checks. 3 for 23, 0 for 3 this year. 3 for 2, those 3 victories at the distance here of 6 furlongs. Has hit the board in 14 of the 21. The numbers, Brisnet-wise, are okay. But again, as I said before, Indyville just towers over this group. So, this is where it comes down to. 5-2, 4-6 is how I see it. For the late pick 4, I'm going to use the 2, the 4, and the 5. I could be wasting money because Indyville, the 2-horse, could just be an absolute free bingo square. But I'm anticipating there might be a pace hookup. And if I'm right, could be a good way to kick off the late pick 4. Horses getting ready to come out on the track. 11 minutes to post. Good luck.
The long shots sprint of the day. 6 furlongs, $20,000 Illinois bred allowance optional claiming types, 3-year-olds and up. Non-winners of 4. Scratch number 1, fast cross traffic. Wagering menu, win and place wagering. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. You have the late dollar pick 4 and another rolling dollar pick 3. Post time for the 5th race in 7 minutes. The late dollar pick 4 begins with the upcoming 5th race. Here are your changes. In the 5th, scratch out the 1. In the 6th race, scratch out the 4. 7th race is clear. In race number 8, make number 1 Supremist, gelding. He is a gelding. That's the 1 in the 8th race. The 4 Bandolero, 3 pounds over. The 6 Lucky Destiny is a scratch. Those are your changes for the late pick 4 sequence. It begins in 4 minutes. Less than 2 minutes. Field of 5 Illinois breds vying for a purse of $40,500 are headed towards the starting gate. Loading in line for race 5. Indy Villman moves in. Assistants have to attach themselves to Vladimir Z and give him a shove. Next in Bikini Martini, God Guns and Guts, and Grey Hop. They're in the gate. And they're off. Sluggish beginning for God, Guns, and Guts. Out very well on the front is Vladimir Z. Indyville is going to be in chase mode, back 3 lengths. Here comes Bikini Martini on the muscle along the inside rail. Next is Grey Hop in 4th, and way back there, God, Guns, and Guts. They all have to get their sights adjusted to catch Vladimir Z, who zipped the opening quarter in 22 1/5 of a second. Backing out there in tight was Bikini Martini, who's back to 4th. On the move from 4th is Grey Hop, has to make up about 9 lengths. On the lead, Vladimir Z hits the quarter pole, a length in front of Indyville. The match race is on. Nothing coming from far back. Trying to make a late run along the fence is Bikini Martini. Not today for Grey Hop nor God, Guns, and Guts. Inside, Vladimir Z gives way to Indyville. Indyville goes right on by. Still in 3rd, Bikini Martini. Grey Hop for a minor award, but it's Indyville. Odds on, 1-9 to fend off Grey Hop, who came from the clouds to get 2nd. Price is already in for the fifth. Not much. 50-cent trifecta, $2.50. $2.50. Mid-card daily double, races 4 and 5, 3 with 2, $2.50. Early pick 4, $92.60. 10-cent superfecta, not quite a buck. Pick 3 for races 3, 4, and 5, $10. The pick 5, $84.40. Dollar exacta. 2 with 6, $3.10. And there you have it. Welcome back to the Winner's Enclosure. Winner of today's fifth race, number 2, Indyville, and jockey Adamar Santos. Owned and bred in Illinois by S.D. Briley Limited Partnership. Trained by Michelle Boyce, 4-year-old gelded son of Take Charge Indy, out of the Cashel Castle mare, Puntsville. Winning time, 1:12 and 2/5 of a second, 1:12.55 seconds. There are your payoffs. Coming up, why not dabble in the dollar late pick 3? Scratch the 4 in the upcoming 6th race. The 1 mile distance, 2 turns coming up. Post time is in front of you in 18 minutes.
14 out to the 6th race on the card. Welcome back, everybody. Well, so much for trying to beat a 1-9 favorite, but we are allowed in the pick 4. Starting off a late pick 3, and yes, we also have one of those, but let's get to it. It's a mile. These are Illini bred optional 20 non-winners of 2 lifetime and a $38,500 purse. Ooh, you Illinois breds, that's the way to go here at Fairmount Park. Horses are getting ready. We got one scratch to report in the race. The 4-horse is out of this one for trainer Scotty Becker. Fast time at midnight, and that leaves us with a field of 8. Let's take a look at the runners. Horse in front of you, top selection for yours truly at 7-2. That's Lucky Monica. Horse has got a lot of speed for Scotty Becker. Becker had 2 in the race. He decides to scratch Fast Times at Midnight and goes with Lucky Monica. Hasn't raced since May 26th. Becker on the layoff from 90 days or more, 21% with a sample of 139. Has had 3 tries here at the distance of a mile. 1 win, 2/3, yet to be off the board. Brisnet numbers, they're okay. They don't jump off the page, but really nobody's does at the distance. So it'll be interesting to see how it plays. Victor Santiago, his business is definitely picking up. Hitting at 17% now, looking for his 14th winner at the current meet. Move your attention to the rail, and that's Raz on Fire for Eddie Essenprice. Adamir Santos looking for another winner on today's card. He comes off the win with this one. This is a horse who loves to come in second. 10 lifetime starts, 1 win, 5 seconds, 2/3. The win came at the distance of a mile, and it was the last race we saw on June 16th. They got to take on winners for the first time. I like what I'm seeing here. Horse is definitely on the toes. Getting ready. See the groom doing the best he can to keep this horse nice and relaxed. Doesn't seem to be acting up at all. Ears going back and forth. Everything very positive for Raz on Fire. Looking over to the 6-horse, that's Lady Elise. Mark Christelle sends out the 4-year-old daughter of Lord Nelson. Christelle looking his first race he'll be saddling here for the Donna Lisa Racing Stables. They're trying something they've never done before. 2 turns. 6 lifetime starts, all sprints. No published work since May, with a race on June 7th and June 25th. So hopefully the foundation is there. Morning Line gave this horse 2-1. This horse was made the betting favorite. Breeding-wise, it's a Pulpit, grandsire of Lord Nelson. Posse, the sire of Exquisite Lady. Should be able to get it. But I would tend to want to see a race first, at least at 2 turns, to prove that this horse truly wants the distance. Frankie Reyes in town to ride. Rounding out the top 4 is the 2 Try for John Wainwright. Wainwright's been coming in and getting some price plays. This is another one. Loves to pick up checks. Go back to July of last year. This horse has been no worse than 3rd. 1 win from 17 starts, 6 seconds, 4/3, approaching $64,000 in earnings. What's interesting is the 1 win took place in 2024. So it's tough to make the case for this one. Manny Giles, he's 1 for 70 at the meet. And I say trainers, riders, horses, they're all the same. When they get numbers like that, they gotta get one in there before I can jump on board. But for those of you who got some extra money, maybe it's a way to kick off the late big 3, currently at 6-1. So 5-1-6-2 is how I see it. I'm going to say Lucky Monica, hopefully, is lucky enough to get the W. Good luck.
Field coming out onto the track for the running of the 6th race and the late pick 3. These are fillies and mares, registered and Illinois bred or foaled thoroughbreds. Non-winners at 2, scratch number 4, fast times at midnight. I go the 2-turn mile in 5 minutes. You have about 2 minutes for all wagers in the upcoming 6th. You still have 1 minute for all wagers here in the 6th. They're ways away from the starting gate. Get those last second wagers in. Moving in first, looking at our audience, is number 5, Lucky Monica. She goes right in. Our next race, we go 1 mile and an eighth in the second round of the 2026 Iron Horse Distance Series. Last chance to wager on the 6th race and the late pick 3. Field moving in. Try moves in. Harper Brianna and Hot Tomato. The outside pair of Midnight Date and I Did the Math. I Did the Math. Field of 8 loaded in and locked up. And they're off. Sprinting start for Try along the inside. Hustled upon also is the rail runner Raz on Fire. Up there into second is Hot Tomato. Third along the outside in turn number 1 is Lady Elise. Fanned out very wide around turn number 1 is Harper Brianna. Is passed by Lucky Monica, who's running in that bunch up top. Next around the turn, we have 2 dawdlers out there from the outside stalls. Midnight Date and I Did the Math. On the front, speed is on for Hot Tomato, the leader down the backstretch run. Try is second. Lady Elise is third positioned in the 4-path. Out very, very wide in fourth is Lucky Monica. Fifth along the inside is Raz on Fire. Here comes the Bug Girl aboard Midnight Date, trying to move and surprise them all. Moves up 2 spots, and that has Harper Brianna relegated last. They're going right along out here towards the 3/8 pole and the second turn. It's Hot Tomato, in searches Lady Elise, looking professional and bypasses that early front runner like she's standing still. It's Lady Elise's race, the rest just going up and down. Lady Elise on the board at 8-5 has ran right away. Midnight Date is now up into second, bypassing Hot Tomato. Back in fourth is Try. Those are the principals as they straighten away. Raz on Fire starting to get into it late, but they all have to catch Lady Elise. Trying to catch is Raz on Fire and Midnight Date. It's Midnight Date, and it's a wandering Lady Elise in deep stretch, but Lady Elise ran him ragged. Lady Elise to win. Midnight Date, a very good second. It was Try for third, and from last to fourth was Raz on Fire. Six, 8, 2, and 1, unofficial. Race 6 is now official. Your winner paid $523.40, $280 across. And now enters the winner's enclosure. Winner of the 6th place, number 6, Lady Elise, and jockey Frank Reyes. A homebred for Dana Lisa Racing Incorporated. Mark Crystal is the victorious trainer of this 4-year-old chestnut daughter of Lord Nelson out of the posse mare Exquisite Lady. The winning time over a mile, a minute 41 flat, minute 41.03. Pick 3 for races 4, 5, and 6, $8. Midnight Date paid $7.60 and $5.40 to place and show. The Exacta, 6 with 8, $21.80. Trifecta, $34.55. Race 5 and 6 double, $2.40. And the Superfecta, almost $16. In the 6th place, number 4 was scratched. 7th race is the Iron Horse Distance Series, number 2. Starter allowance that have started for a claiming price of $5,000 or less from 2024 to thus far in 2026. A mile and 1/8 distance, 9 furlongs coming up. In the 7th, it starts the late daily double.
The Iron Horses coming up next. It's 15 minutes to post for race number 7. Welcome back, everyone, especially those of you who are watching us on YouTube television. Mile and an eighth. This one's a long one. Starter 5,000 group, and it's a very, very interesting race. Field of 8, no scratches in the field, and a 3-2 favorite to the 3, Swiss Guard. Let's take a closer look at the runners. Swiss Guard's the favorite. I know Keith likes. I'm going to try to beat this horse with the horse right in front of you, and that's the 7, McMoney. McMoney is a 6-year-old McCracken whose pop was Ghost Zapper. And as we all know, Ghost Zappers could basically do whatever they wanted. Harlan's Holiday is the dam's sire, also a 2-turner type. So breeding-wise, it makes total sense for this horse. Never been the mile and an eighth, but has gone a mile and a 16th. Has won at the mile and 70 yard, and most recently won that mile and 16th race here on June 23rd. Horse has got some speed. I don't know if they're going to have speed or if they're going to sit. Something tells me Swiss Guard is probably the most likely to make that early lead, but I like this horse. I think McMoney makes sense in the race. An 8 for 40 lifetime, approaching $156,000 in earnings. Never gone the mile and eighth, and that's the big question. And most of the horses in this field share that. In fact, I believe, no, actually there have been a couple who have done it, but with no success. Mentioned the 3-horse Swiss Guard, currently the 3-2 favorite here for Steve Manley and owner Mark Tripp. This is the son of American Pharaoh, whose pop was Pioneer of the Nile, so we know the distance is not the problem. They can go a mile and a quarter. American Pharaoh went a mile and a half. So it'll work. Horse likes to win races. Another 8 for 45 with 9 seconds, 6/3. Very professional horse. Ademir Santos gets the call. This horse has got speed, and I get it if you want to take the 8 to 5. It's going to be an interesting race. Going a mile and an eighth. This is a completely different race than what we've been seeing this afternoon. Steve Manley gets the call, hands the lines over to Ademir Santos, who's been aboard for the previous 2. One horse is Big Commerce for Heather Arian. Travis Wales takes over on this one. Draws the rail trip. I'm curious if they're going to try something different today, like maybe just let this horse roll and see if they can get out there on their own. I mean, obviously Swiss Guard's got some speed, but it's not a guarantee they need to lead. Travis Wales, really good judge of pace. It'll be interesting to see what he thinks. There is Heather. She's tacking up the 6-year-old son of Justify. Yeah, if you look at, I mean, there's some definite breeding in this group. It's actually gone the mile and an eighth twice, is yet to hit the board. The last one was at Fairmount Park in a sloppy February this year, and was just never part of the race. Move our attention over to the 8-horse on the outside, 9 to 1, running for cash. Ralph Martinez sends it out, gets a new rider in Johannes Adengaren. Breeding-wise is a Quality Road, Grand Sire, and the dams is Tis Now. Tis Now, another one who could go a mile and a quarter and farther if they wanted to. So I don't think that's the issue. They've never tried it before. Mile and 16th is the farthest they've gone, and that was back in October last year. And they were a winner, and a convincing winner on that day. So with that outside post, there's another one. Might find themselves trying to make it out on the front end. Horse looks nice and relaxed. The blinkers are not new. This horse has been wearing them exclusively. Looks to be in a good spot. Definitely looks to be in a good spot. And gets the 7-pound break in weight. So, 11 minutes to post, 7-3-1-8 for our late daily double. A mile and an eighth the distance. Looks to be a good spot here. 9 to 5 favorite on Swiss Guard. And we're still going to try to beat him with the 7, McMoney. Horses getting ready to come out on the track. The Iron Horses getting ready to play. Good luck.
Coming up here for race number 7. Boy, if I was to change picks right now, give a look-see at the 6, Mystic Power, right next to the 7. The 7's going to go off as the favorite. The 3's going to go off second choice. There's the 8 running for cash for Ralph Martinez. I think the 6 and 8 show great value here. 9-1 on the 8. The 6, last time out, with Javier Tavares, who already has 2 wins on the card, last one going a mile and a 16th here, has a big look-see, and so does the 8 running for cash. There's 6 of the 8 that last ran in series number 1 on June 23rd, and you can look at those in your past performances, but there is a lot of value other than the top 2 wagering choices, the 3 and the 7. I look for the 7 to go favorite, the 3 to go second choice. I thought the 3 would be better value, maybe 7-2 when all is said and done. Do not discard the 5 Gold Smoke, the 6 Mystic Power, and the 8 running for cash. Out on the track for race number 7 to be contested at the distance of 9 furlongs. Iron Horse Distance Series race number 2 to find out who the best stayers are at the long distances. The purse is $18,000. There will be a field size bonus attached to this as well. This is open to claiming types that have been up for sale for a $5,000 or less claiming tag in the last 2 years, from 2024 to 2026. Here's number 1, Big Commerce for Thiel Thoroughbreds LLC. Heather Iron, the trainer. Travis Wales is up. 2 is Code Runner. Vols Thoroughbred LLC. Hugo Rodriguez and Alexander Bendezu aboard. 3 runs for owner Mark Tripp. Trainer Steve Manley is the proprietor of Swiss Guard. Number 3 and Adamar Santos. Heartbreak Game runs for Lynch's Racing LLC. Harry Lynch, the trainer. Angel Stanley aboard. 5 Gold Smoke. Joe Rule, the owner. Dennis Higgins trains with Julio Felix. For Henry Cortez Adame, it is Mystic Power. Jose Rodriguez also trains the 6 with Javier Tavares. The 7, the winner of the first race at a mile and a 16th 3 weeks ago is McMoney, number 7. Cody Smith, the owner. Harry Lynch also trains the 7 with apprentice rider Victor Lara. And number 8, Running for Cash. John Dant, the owner. Ralph Martinez trains with 7-pound apprentice Johannes Arangren aboard. That's your field for race number 7. Time to play the late daily double in 6 minutes. Still have 2 minutes. 2 minutes for all wagers in the 7th. One more race after this, and it is a good one as well. We have a field of 11 going 6 furlongs coming up in our 8th and final. So stick around for that. This year's morningline.io Sprint Series race begins a week from today on the 21st. All those races are 6 furlongs, primed just a little bit by our friends at morningline.io. Start out with $25,000 purses and go up to $35,000 with 5 of those 6 furlong sprints coming up. The horses are approaching the starting gate for race 7. They've reached the gate, loading in. Looks like we're waiting for Heartbreak Game. Rest standing well. They're in the gate. The 2026 Iron Horse Distance Series at 1 1/8 is off and running. A bit trapped at the start was Swiss Guard. Out very well from the inside is Big Commerce. Heartbreak Game is gaining up early. And there goes a headstrong Swiss Guard to take over the front as they passes by for the first time. 3 weeks ago, your winner is primed up. McMoney, who's traveling about 4 or 5 paths off the inside fence, once part of the lead and has second. Well back and forth is Running for Cash. 5th along the inside after a good early break is Big Commerce. 6th on the outside, moving up well, is Running for Cash. Right behind the front, running 5, is Gold Smoke right amongst. Next comes Mystic Power, and the last horse around, turn number 1, is Code Runner, trailing by about only 7.5 lengths. They cruise towards the 5.5 pole. It's Swiss Guard, out by almost a length. On the outside of Swiss Guard comes McMoney, looking for the second win. Big Commerce is full of run right towards the rail and looking to get out. In jail is Heartbreak Game. Here comes Running for Cash, who circles up willingly past the half-mile pole up to second. Well back, no pace yet for Gold Smoke, who has to get going. But on the front, it's Swiss Guard, who pumps up and fends off. Running for Cash, who's back second. Back in third is McMoney. 4th along the fence, 3 off the lead is Big Commerce. Sailing late is Heartbreak Game. Around the final turn they go. Out of the breach comes Gold Smoke, who's now dead last. On the straight run, they come for home. Swiss Guard still has the tail. Second, it's Running for Cash, who has every chance to run this one down. Here comes Heartbreak Game, and from far back comes Code Runner. Code Runner is rolling down the center of the course. Inside the final 110 yards, it's Swiss Guard to turn the tables here. Swiss Guard to win. Good second for Running for Cash. Then it was Code Runner on the scene too late, and then McMoney finished 4th. Three, 8, 2, 7. The next distance series race will be August 25th. I'm sorry, Judge, what was that? Thank you. We do have a rider's claim. We do have a rider's claim of foul. 1 against the 3 in the running of the 7th race. Stewards will look at the video. 1 versus 3. This is a rider's objection. The next distance series race, this is part 3, coming up for you on August 4th. That'll be 1.25 miles, the Kentucky Derby distance. Purse then will be $20,000. That's 3 weeks from today, August 4th. Riders objection, 1 versus 3. Number 7 ended up being your parimutuel wagering favorite at 6-5. Second choice, Swiss Guard, was 8-5. The 8 running for cash vastly improved at 9-1. Finished second. 2 Code Runner at 25-1. Finished third. For the win, the winning horse gets 5 points. Runner-up gets 4. Finishing third, you get 3. And just for starting in these starter races, you get a point. There are trainer bonuses as well. Finishing time for 1 mile and an eighth, 1 minute 54 4/5 of a second, 1:54.96 seconds. All 8 ran in today's 7th. Moving into the winner's circle, number 3 Swiss Guard and jockey Adamar Santos with another win on the day. Owned by Mark Tripp, trained by Steve Manley, a 6-year-old gelded son of American Pharoah out of the Majestic Perfection mare. Swiss Alps will be no change. The objection has been disallowed. Bred in Kentucky by Jerome Pearson. 10-4, thank you, Judge. So no change will go official in race number 7. More money for thoroughbred aftercare, courtesy of the winning connections of Swiss Guard. Swiss Guard paid $5.20, $3.20, and $3, running for cash $6.40 and $6. Code Runner, $8.60, exacta $24.70, trifecta $146 and change. The pick three moving along there. We'll go back to the tote board. 10-cent superfecta for race 7, $61.80. Again, 50-cent trifecta, $146.25. Eighth and final race, scratch out the 6, Lucky Destiny. The 4, Bandolero, 3 pounds over the listed weight. And number 1, Supremist, has been a gelding and has not been reported to, well, the gelding since May 25th, evidently, because has been a gelding since May 25th. Those are your changes for race number 8. Post time, 19 minutes.
15 minutes to post for the 8th and the final on our Tuesday card. A very warm, humid day, but we get to do it again on Saturday, and then it'll be another 8-race card with a 1:30 post, and we encourage you to come on out. And if you can't be here, by all means, watch on YouTube. For you streamers out there, the YouTube channel, you'll be able to watch everything, the comforts of your own home. It's an interesting race coming up. Field of 11 now with the scratch of the 6-horse Lucky Destiny. But I'm not sure. This could be a bit of a head scratcher going 6 furlongs. You want to be on that outside if you got some speed, but we will see how it plays itself out. Horses right now are down getting tacked up. Let's take a closer look at the runners. There's been a couple of horses they've been trying to saddle on the walk with not a lot of success. Horse on the outside, I'm kind of liking 5-2 right now, and that is Grace Met Cupid. Ralph Martinez with this one. Brody Martinez gets a speed horse this time. Today it's been one of those days where you kind of need the speed, and if you notice, look who's grooming. It's Ralph. That tells me this horse is probably a little hard to handle. And Ralph said, you know what, I'm going to take care of this one myself. So just trying to walk this thing around, you can tell, showing those signs you don't want to see, the tail kind of flying around. The ears aren't going back. They're not tinning back, so that's at least a positive. I'm going to assume they're going to probably try to saddle this one on the walk, although it looks like they're finished. But I saw them earlier, and that's what they were doing. This is one that you just got to keep walking, I would have to guess. If they sit, they get agitated, and then the next thing you know, you're spinning your wheels before you even get out on the track. So that seems to be exactly what we're looking at here. This horse has got plenty of speed. I think his best races are when he gets out on the front end. 3-year-old son of Cupid. He's yet to only hit the board one time in 3 tries at the distance. But today could be the day. They draw a favorable outside post. So if anybody decides they want to go, and there are a couple who might, draw the outside and just get that tactical advantage. Move our attention to the rail. This is the horse who might find themselves the speed of the speed. Supremacist for Heather Arion. Victor Lara gets the call. This is now, it has just been announced earlier today, is now a gelding. It was not announced originally. So this 3-year-old geld son of Maximus Mischief comes off a wire-to-wire win on June 23rd here for maiden 15,000. I think Heather's being extremely realistic with this one, coming in for the 62.50 non-winners of 2 versus winners. So looks to be in a good spot. There is Heather with her groom. Horse seems very, very relaxed. And the apprentice jockey Victor Lara is going to get the call. Rail trip, not a great spot to be in. This will be the first time they try the rail. But they look good last time out. So hopefully another strong performance is in the offering for this one. Move your attention to the 3 south of Birmingham. Gene Sandrowski, owner and trainer, claimed this one for $5,000 back on June 20th. He's an 0 for 8 at the distance, but he's got 4 seconds, so he's been knocking on the door. Speed-wise, the numbers are very comparable to some of the top horses in the race. Doesn't really have speed, but should be close enough where if it is speedy today, could be right in the play. Rounding out the top 4, Bandolero. Here's another of the Terry Levenger, John Maroney types. Bred by Terry Levenger's Love Acres in California. 3-year-old Stay Thirsty. Now the Rio Verde mare, A Kiss for a Rose. It's been doing a lot of 2-turn races with no success out in Southern California. The win was at Santa Anita going a mile for a Calbred Maiden 20, and they dusted the field by 11 lengths. Last time out, they tried the 2 turns here, and it just didn't work out. So it looks to me like John and Terry just decided, let's just drop this horse down, and if somebody wants them, take them. Right there you can see, I wouldn't say agitated, but those ears she keeps wanting to pin back, which gives me the indication they're not happy. But we'll see how it plays out. Good luck to John and Terry and their trainer Steve Manley, who's hitting currently at 17%. So, very interesting race to close out the show. I see it 11-1-3-4, but we're going to go with the outside here. Third time the charm on the afternoon for Brody Martinez. Grace met Cupid. They can make the lead. That could be enough to get the job done. That's going to do it for me. I'm out of here, but obviously there's more racing coming up. To finish out the card, Keith Nelson will have the race call of the final. We also want to remind you that on Saturday, it's a 1:30 post, another 8-race card right here in Collinsville, Illinois. For everyone here at Excel Entertainment, we want to say thank you so much for being with us. Win, lose, or draw, we hope you come on out again Saturday. If you can't make it, remember, YouTube, the YouTube channel, has you covered. For everyone here at Fairmount Park, have yourself a wonderful evening. Good luck in the nightcap, and have a great night. Good night, everybody.
$6,250 the claiming price that have never won 2 races. The one is a gelding. Scratch the 6. Post time coming up for the 8th and final race in 7 minutes. Still have 3 minutes. One extra minute for all bets. 1 extra minute. Thank you all again for your attendance. Hope to see you back here on Saturday. Horses are headed towards the starting gate. You still have 1 minute for all wagers. Field loading in line now for the 8th and last. Swiftly now. Saturday's 8-race card. I believe 66 are entered for 8 races. Another great racing card. Look like just 2 left to load. Papa Geep and Get Me One Too. Get Me One Too. Outside stall. They're in the gate. Kelly Mulvaney to get to the button. And they're off. Slow and to stride as I got the moves. Out to the front goes Grace Met Cupid uncontested. There goes I'm a Chunky Monkey using that speed. Along the fence is Supremus to gain ground and go out with Grace Met Cupid. In the middle of the course is Papa Geep at lofty odds. On that one's outside in the orange is I'm a Chunky Monkey. Nearest us is Bandolero who gains ground very nicely along the fence. Then we have far back there, no pace for Sneaky Feet. On the outside of Sneaky Feet, moving on up just a bit, is Supremist. Tower Grove Park has to do a lot better around the turn as well. And then in the midst, way back is Get Me 1-2, and receding is Young Mischief. On the front, it's a runaway leader out to an odds-on favorite, Grace Met Cupid. Jockey takes a look back for any competition, and they're far back in the wake. It's Grace Met Cupid. Needs to change leads a little bit, getting a little bit wondrous. Tower Grove Park is gaining ever so slightly. Here comes a good late move from south of Birmingham as well to finish on the board. No catching. Grace Met Cupid, a 6.5 length winner. Tower Grove Park for the place, then it was south of Birmingham for the show, and Young Mischief flew home to get fourth. Brody Martinez, 7 rides, 2 wins, a second and 2/3. Not a bad way to start. Welcome back to the winners enclosure. Winner of the 8th and last race, number 11, Grace Met Cupid, and apprentice Brody Martinez. Co-owned by Ralph Martinez, Paul E. Martin, and Ronald Dilbringy. Ralph Martinez, the conditioner of this 3-year-old chestnut gelded son of Cupid out of the Smoke Glacken mare, I've Got Grace. Bred in Kentucky by Chrysalis Stables, LLC. The winning time, 1:12 and 1/5 of a second, 1:12 and 29 1/100ths. 360, 220, 240 across Tower Grove Park, 560, 420 south of Birmingham, $3. The Superfecta, 10 cents, $23.63. The late pick 3, $18.10. The trifecta, $15.40. Exacta, $9. The late double 3 with 11, $4.70. And the late pick 4, $15.60. Congratulations again to the Martinez family and you, Brody Martinez, for a very good start to your career, young man. We'll see you back here again, folks. Thank you so much for coming out here on this sweltering day. Thank you to everyone outside, the trainers, and more money to Thoroughbred Aftercare. And we appreciate all the outside folks, the photographers. We have, the valets and everyone to thank. Well done. We'll do it all again on Saturday.